What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Enjoying the sweet vibes of the CJ4 here as we get ready to do our next iteration of NASCAR Charter Ops here on the channel. Flying the boys from RFK, over to Sonoma from last week's race in Charlotte. So let's make sure first that I'm on the right binds over here. Change this to the Citation. I should have a custom mapping for that. There it is. And let's just look down and verify things. Okay. Yeah, nope. So let's move some handles about. Anyway, been enjoying the series so far. I can't believe I've actually stuck with it and gotten every race track visited, or every race city visited so far. It's pretty awesome. Pretty happy with that. Alright, where's my speed brake? This one. Do I not have a speed brake binding for this thing? I should. Okay, flaps. Well, let's set up a speed brake then. It's weird. I know that I've used speed brake in this thing before. Maybe I've been using the 737 bindings. No worries. We'll make sure we're on the Bravo here and search by name. Brake. Looking for the speed brake. Looking for the speed brake. Am I overlooking it? Okay, this is really weird. I know that I've done speed brake on this thing before. Let's do this real fast. Let's go to the 737 mapping real fast. Well, look at that. Okay, we're just going to use that then. So it's this one, this one. Well, that doesn't work, does it? Okay, we need to find that. We need to find that speed brake mapping. Well, not off to an auspicious start with this one, are we? Did I scroll by it? CJ4 citation. There we go. Spoiler axis. Well, that's mapped. Interesting. Maybe. Oh, you know, maybe the speed brake doesn't move unless it's got power. Oh, there it is. Okay. Not sure what was going on there, but we now have a speed brake. So let's put our handles back on in the right spots here. One thing I love about the Bravo is that it's very customizable, right? It's just really easy to swap things around. I'm not sure what happened there with that one binding not working for a sec, but got it solved. And by solved, I mean got lucky. Rubber cover. Always like to cover up the unused pieces of the throttle quadrant. All right. Okay, good. Everything's working. Cool. Now, beautiful rainy day here in St. Louis. We do not have ATC at the moment. in the area. In fact, I don't think there's any ATC online at all at the moment. So we are on the VATSIM network, and we'll keep an eye out for all that stuff. But at the moment, no ATC. I'm going to go ahead and open up Navigraph here, or SimBrief, or whatever. But I'm not going to pull up my OFP. I got bit last time with that same bug again, where when you pull up the OFP, it freezes the flight and you have to go restart. So I've got my tablet over here off screen that I'll be using. And man, what's going on today? Navigraph won't start either. Try that again real fast, see if it loads. There it goes. So we'll unload this guy. That was our last flight. Everything seems really sluggish. Should have restarted my computer maybe. Oh, unload. What am I doing? Thinking about performance instead of thinking about flying. So hopefully things go okay today. So here's our flight for today, taking off from St. Louis, which, I don't know, I think of middle of the country, but I think of it as that. But man, as you can see here, it's actually a good ways east. You know, I just don't feel like that's the way it lives in my brain, spatially. You know, I think of this as a pretty central city. But here it is. I think it's going to be a flight time of like 4.5 hours. So a long one. Needed to get this one done kind of early today. Got other stuff going on, and needed to get this thing off the ground and en route. So what we're going to do now is go ahead and start powering on the airplane and start setting up for our departure out of here. So we're going to be leaving St. Louis on runway 12L with the BRAC 5. I should go ahead and see if I can get weather. Yeah, runway 12, depart runway 12L. Lots of closed runways. All right, 2987 for my barometer. I'll remember that. So let's go ahead and turn on some batteries, and we'll turn on our nav lights and strobe lights and beacon lights. And so if we look outside, should start seeing some lights come on. I think this is one of those that I've got to do in the cockpit actually. So we'll turn on beacon. There we go. Now we're talking. Avionics on. Generators on. Battery on. Emergency lights. Secondary display. Alright, cool. We has powers. Let's go ahead and (2987). Let's go ahead and pop that into our barometer here. And let's get working on our flight plan. Always have to almost start from scratch every time I do this stuff. I just always have to remember everything. Alright, so I need to pull my OFP up over here, but we know a couple of these things already. We're going to go, that's right, I can use keyboard input for this. KSTL there, and oops, KAPC there, 1,400, almost 1,500 miles. Let me pull up my OFP here. Sorry, I can't put it on screen because of weird bug. Every time I open up the OFP, the sim just freezes like a chump, and I don't know why. Don't know what's going on with that. What was I looking for? Originating runway route via flight number. All right, RFK 617. There. How many passengers do I have? I think it was like 6 or 7. Here we go, 7. So 7 passengers. And cargo 0 because we're going to be crammed full of fuel here. In fact, let's set that real fast. Total block fuel 57901. Yeah, this is going to be full. Alright, we'll just fill it all the way up, I guess. That might actually exceed max takeoff weight. No, it doesn't. Okay. It's really close, though. Alright, so we got fuel. Our cruising altitude. Let's look at our steps here. This is going to be 430. No cargo. Execute. Alright, takeoff. Runway wind. That ALTN, is that LTN, is that the 2987? I'm gonna try 2987. Let's see if that plugs in. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Maybe someone in the chat can help me learn what that one is. Our runway wind, if we look back at this stuff, is bird advisors in effect. Left. Seven zero at 8. UNH is already set. That's interesting. 170/8. I don't guess I know the difference between these two, but so I'm gonna put the same in both. Okay, don't need that then. Runway length. Runway length for 12 left is what is 9013 9013. Huh, why can't I? Okay, well I guess I can't put some of that stuff in. Takeoff references. It's going to be wet, actually. All right, let's go ahead and get our flight plan loaded in then. So we're going to be departing on the BRAC 5. Runway 12 left. Execute. And our legs are going to be mini. So let's start popping that stuff in. We should already have all the way out to Ramos set up. So let's take a look. Okay, BRAC already set up. That's okay. We'll go through Ramos to HLV. HLV is going to be next, please. And then from there, we're going to go to MCI. MCI. Then from there to CATS. CATTS. Slower. I don't want to go slower. I can't drive 55. HLC. Didn't I already put it HLC in? Hill City. This is the one at 3915315. 3915. I guess it's that one. Yeah. Chelsea to Cougar. Cugga. Is that like a lady from Boston who's voraciously interested in young men? GLD. A Cougar. FQF. An awkward 3 letters to type. FQF. ELLF. F. Elf. Women. Interesting names here. MANRD. Maynard. As in Maynard from Tool. Nice. Traup. Happening out there in the land as we put our flight plan in. What's next? Chucker. CHUKR. Shazam. Inslow. NSLO. Mogi. MOGEE. And that's going to get us all the way to our, we should be over California at this point. And that's where we'll stop on the flight plans. We've already got our perf in. We've already got fuel in. All right, flight plan is set. We'll just real quickly reduce our range so we can see this. First bits of it. Definitely going to be taking off into some weather, it looks like. All right, looks great. Looks good. All right, so with all that done, what is my runway course and my? We'll hand fly it for a bit. So yeah, we'll hand fly it for a bit. What do you mean no flight plan? Did I just kill my flight plan? Oh my god. STL. Where's the control Z for that system? KAPC, was it? Or ACP? Dadgummit, APC. Gotta redo all that. RFK 617. That's what I get for being a damn rookie. Okay, what was it again? Dadgummit, now we gotta go through and do this crap again. I think it was 430. Yeah. 430. we already got our fuel on board. We had 7 passengers, no cargo, execute, take off, runway wind again. Oh, that's annoying. Took our ATIS and our wind again. Metar was telling me it was a 170 at 8. And the runway altitude is like 500 feet, if I remember right. $528. I don't know why some of these things just aren't active. It's weird. But whatever. We've got stuff happening. Can't send it. Take off flaps. Alright, let's look at our legs. Actually, departure and arrival. We're using the BRAC 5 from 12 left. Execute. Dadgummit, that's so annoying. Let's pop in our legs. Alright, new lesson learned. You wipe out everything if you hit the execute on the right side. If yeah, so typing mode, HLV, there, MCI, there. Gotta do it all again. CATTS, there, SLOWR, there. HLC, there, and it was the Hill City one. CUGGA, a cougar. She's a cougar. There. Gold. GLD. There. FQF. There. ELLFF. There. Women. MANRD. Maynard. Tralp. Oops. Tralp. CHU, R, and Inslow, and MOGE. And that's the end of the flight plan. Execute. Okay, got that recovered. That's good. That's good. We were going through, and I think we had everything already done. Yeah, I think we're good here. Let's go ahead and tune our radio to 122.8. Get on Unicom. .8 is in. 2987 already set. Altimeter. All right, cool. I think we're ready to start her up and get going. Okay, we'll remove the OFP, get the chat up. There we go. What's happening out there, everybody? Welcome to rainy St. Louis, where we have configured the jet, and now it's time to get her off the ground. So let's go ahead and head down here and look at our starters. We're going to go right engine first. Open the shield. And start it up. Make sure our doors are all closed. Looks good. Simple little plane to operate, though. Really is. Alright, that's good engine start. Turn on the left starter and crank it. Turn on our pitos. And you know what? Gonna want to turn on our anti-ices as well. They're gonna be taken off here in the wet. All right, good engine start. Let's take a look at the runway map real fast, or the airport map. Figure out where we're going. Alright, so we're parked over here on the GA ramp, and we want to take off from 12 left, which is right here. So we're going to get pushed back and then taxi out. Let's annotate. How do you do the annotating stuff that's been new? I always want to click this because it looks like a pencil, but that's for editing this guy. Where is the annotation tool? Someone tell me out there, where's the annotation tool? I know that there's an annotation tool, right? I've seen them talking about it. So maybe someone can point me to it, because I'm not seeing it here. Oh well, what we'll do is we'll taxi out here to Kilo, Foxtrot, all the way down to Sierra. Kilo, Foxtrot, Sierra. Let's go ahead and Shift P. Let's get this guy coming. Then we'll take off our parking brake and get on the roll. Look at Simaware real fast, see if there's any other airplanes on the ground here. I don't think there are. Connected yet, pal? St. Louis traffic, RFK 617 taxiing to runway 12 left from the GA ramp. Type citation will be on Kilo, Foxtrot, Sierra, and then we'll hold short and announce takeoff runway 12 left. Sierra, St. Louis traffic. Sierra traffic, citation traffic, something traffic. Alright, flight control check is good. That pushback is good. Thank you very much, sir. Have a lovely rest of your day. And let's get out of here. Is my overlay not on? Let me try to fix that just real fast. See if I can get the overlay up and running. Yes, run that please. Okay, I'll try to figure that out in the air. Let's get this thing on the road. still connected? Waste. What the hell, guys? What is going on here? I sure don't need two of you. There we go. Okay. Double pushback power. All right, let's get going. I wonder if that's because I had SimAware still running earlier. I'll look into it. We'll figure it out after we get in the air. Oh, taxi light. It's my turn, right? Yeah. What you doing there, little buddy? Sort of parked there, huh? Okay then. We'll just pretend we didn't see that and drive right through them. That's what I'm talking about. Microsoft freaking Teams. Every update, it reinserts itself into my world like I want it, and I don't. Without a restart, we might just not have the overlay. It's all good. Already coming up on Sierra here. St. Louis traffic, RFK 617, holding short, runway 12 left, preparing for takeoff to the west. St. Louis traffic. All right, let's look out. Don't see nothing. Let's turn on our landing lights now. And get it out there and get it up there. All anti-ice. Enabled. Take a nice wide corner here. Not that this thing needs all the runway, but you know, you always give yourself a little extra breathing room. It's a good way to always be ahead of the airplane, I suppose. We are lined up, ready to rock. Let's go to California. Starting to feel the plane want to go. Oh. Altitude. Crosswind's getting me there. Positive rate, gear coming up. Turbulent. Turbulent. Climb at about 15 degrees if we can. Full power back to climb mode. And we're going to go ahead and self-clear all the way up to 43,000. Just get out of here. Hand flying it for now. Still feeling some crosswind. I'm having to really focus on steering it, so no external views at the moment, but hey, we're right in the soup, so it's not a big deal, I suppose. Fly our pattern out. Drop the nose down a little bit here because we're losing a lot of speed. Start climbing at 10. There we go. Picking some speed back up. Feels good. Nothing to see here. Heading out. What do you mean? Yeah, I'll do it. Okay. Have fun. See you back around 2 something, right? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. But don't forget to send it to me. Don't forget to send me the address. Which is in the kitchen? Okay. Oh, the butler's pantry. Or, is that what it's called? Butler pantry? Yeah, okay. Love you. Alright, so staying pretty close to our flight plan there. Not unhappy with that. Speeds are looking good. We can climb at a more aggressive rate now, I think. Let's trim it back a little bit. I always struggle with this airplane a little bit in the early goings because I'll overspeed on ascent, and then as I get over like 30,000, it loses all of its speed, and I've almost stalled it right out of the sky a few times. So I'm just trying to be really aware of speed this time around. Are we breaking through? We breaking through? Starting to break through. Alright, with that we can probably turn anti-ice back off. Yeah, looking okay. Notice how speed's decreasing though. That's the thing I always feel like I struggle with a bit. Alright, let's turn her again. I'm still flying it completely by hand at this juncture. It's going nice and smooth though. We got it trimmed out pretty well. Not a bad shot right there. Print screen. Probably should get back in the cockpit and address that turn. Getting right on course. Alright, 265, climbing it over 2. Yeah, feeling good. Feeling good. Put that in my screenshot library. Speed decreasing again. Okay, we're over 18,000 now. Standard on the barometer, the altimeter. Alright, let's go ahead and engage flight director. Should have had flight director on that whole time, but we did okay without it. Let's set our altitude to 430.
Altitude.
Actually, let me look at my steps again. I think I'm supposed to go to 400 until glide, so we'll set it at 400 for now. Put on nav mode and autopilot. Let it get itself on course. 400. Alright, we'll use flight level change to try to get it up the rest of the way. I think by hitting flight level change, that'll, once it hits the target speed, it'll start raising the nose. Yeah, look at that. Now it's going to try to maintain 285 as it climbs at probably 2,000 or so. Alright, now that we've got it climbing comfortably, let's see real quickly if we can make FlyLive work. FlyLive. So what's your problem, FlyLive? Check for updates. Let's try that. Let's look at the overlay. Open overlay. Yeah. Use overlay. Copy that, go to OBS, and flight overlay, close that. Oh, there it is. Got it. Now let's put our data into it. So, go back to the dashboard, and we're going from KSTL to KAPC, right, Napa? Yeah. RFK 617. Okay, and does it have the right type? Yep, C25C. That's correct. Good. Okay, got our overlay fixed. It's weird that it made me do that, but whatever. It's fixed. All right. We are on our way out of Seattle. Overlays up and running. And now that we're up out of the soup, it's a nice pretty day up here. Still got the throttles in climb mode for the moment. Alright, let's jump over to Spotify real fast and find us another collection of songs. Oh, that's what I've been doing. Okay, yeah, that's right. Let's see. Streamer friendly, safe, happy Christmas, chill streaming music. Let's try that one. Let's try that one. Yeah, this is working beautifully here. Very nice. Coming up on Brack, so that'll be the end of our departure series. I'm sure that I've broken altitude restrictions, and I don't care. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. How you feeling back there, Brad? I'm good. All right, cool, thanks. Oh, why can't I get back there? Can you not enter the cabin in the Citation? Huh. I want to go back there, though. It's like an invisible wall. Well, that's a bummer. I was going to set some cameras back there. I guess we don't get that. So anyone out there in the chat want to tell me about GSX? I need to research GSX and start getting some of the better pushback tools and you know, the extra visual elements of having actual passengers in the plane and all that stuff. I've never messed with all that stuff. I'm not huge on modding in general in games, and would love to learn more about it. If anyone else out there has experience with GSX or, you know, any other options, I'd love to learn about it. So give me some direction, please. I'd love to learn more. KSFO is our alternate. Okay. All right, feeling okay. Feeling okay. Looking good. Why don't we try to bring our speed up just a tad? We're already at 0.72 of Mach. I'm going to get it up to the red line here. It's going to slow our ascent a little bit. That's okay. Already at 28,000. Flying over Missouri here. Hello, Missouri. Hope you're not full of misery. Arc, arc, arc. $749. Looking good. I do expect once I hit the mark here, the bug, I do expect to see the upward trajectory once again get set. It's struggling to get all the way there, isn't it? It's okay. We'll do that then. There we go. Start the climb again, please. Thank you. Do the showcase cameras allow me to go inside the cabin? Let's take a look. Camera. Showcase. Can't seem to translate in. Interesting. Okay. Kind of a bummer that I can't seem to get into the cabin though. I wanted to do that and set up some. Yeah, no go. Oh well. Oh well. So since we're going to be a little bit tight on fuel, we had to take off with 100% fuel. I will try to monitor that a little bit as we're going here. Make sure that the fuel that I have on board at various waypoints is correct to plan. So look at my OFP over here and scroll. I'm coming up on Brack. And at Brack I should have coming up on HLV, I'm sorry. Coming up on HLV. Here it is. I should be approaching my top of climb, which I am. And I should have the wind's 266 at 047. Estimated fuel on board, HLV 5024. And my fuel is currently... Oh, is there not a total there? Well, I know it's close though. 2480 plus 2480. So I think I'm alright. But is there not a current total fuel? But I never turned on my altimeter. Tune. Okay. Looking okay, passing 310 now. Looking good, feeling good. Nothing to do for a while. Settle in for a long one, I suppose. I haven't done a lot of flights of this length. You know, just looking back again at the route here, it's sizable. Like, it's a big ass country, and we are flying 3/4 way across it. About 1,500 miles. We're going to be landing in Sonoma, California. KAPC over here. I think the racetrack's right down here. So I don't think we'll see it from the sky as we're coming into the area. Bit of a bummer, but It's all good. Pretty smooth. I mean, outside of the turbulence that I had getting off the runway there, I feel like, you know, the hand flying was really smooth, and then got everything into autopilot, already pretty well on course, and feels good. It's interesting. How is there not a total fuel on board anywhere here? Can't say I understand that. I am surprised by that. Got a nasty headwind happening, don't we? All right, very good. I'd say we're configured. All that's left to do is get it all the way up to the cruising altitude of 400. And just looking at our flight plan here, we're going to be at 400 for quite some time, and at FQF we'll be at 430, which is quite a ways out. 3.5 hours it looks like to go to our destination. All right. Once we get to cruising altitude, I'm going to explain to any first-time viewers what this particular flight, this series is all about. And then we might change topics a little bit and talk about sim racing, because exciting times there. I might be touching on some ATC here in a moment. It looks like the center to the north of us. Minneapolis Center has come online, and I might skirt right through the edge of his territory. So just in case, 133400, is that what that is? Let's look at V-Pilot. 133400. So I'm gonna go ahead and set that up in case I need it. 133400. All right, 13400 set for standby. Passing 370. Hopefully some ATC comes online and we at least get to listen to some chatter. I don't think we'll get any direction for a long time because we're just cruising. We're about to be at our cruising altitude. Man, must be some sort of event going on. Things are crazy right now in New York. JFK. Massive headwind here. Look at that. 62 knot headwind. Are you kidding me? Refill that coffee after we get settled in to our cruising altitude and speed. Chilling at 750 of Mach though. Not bad for still climbing. And just real quick, let's do another fuel check. We're coming up on MCI. And at MCI, I should have... Here it is, 4634. So I've got 2320 right now. That's 464640 is what I've got. So yeah, it's close. It's right at. I think we're not going to be on fumes when we land or anything, but we're not going to have a lot in the tank. It's going to be pretty tight. I think we are right at the max range with passengers for this airplane. When I was setting up the flight plan, it wouldn't even let me, like it automatically zeroed out cargo. So it's like you can bring people, you cannot bring their bags. So those are on the hauler on their way to Sonoma. I think more and more ATCs coming online, some on the west coast now. Looks like Oakland Center just came online, which is where we would land into. So maybe he'll still be online in a couple hours when we get to that area.
Altitude.
Hey, we've reached 400. Let's go ahead then and increase our speed bug to right up to the red line. And see if it'll get there. Man, why is it at 390? I want to be at 400, baby. Flight level change. I might have stopped it too early. Yeah, that's in fact I'm sure that's what happened. When it said altitude, it was announcing that I was 1,000 away, and I aborted it by changing the speed. So that's. There we go. Finish your climb off, baby doll. Way the hell up there. Incredible we're able to put these things in the sky. Airplanes are amazing technology. I just can't believe it's only been 120 years or so since Kitty Hawk, and how far we've come in aviation and space travel. I mean, this week I watched the Boeing Starliner launch and docking, and of course the Starship, the fantastic Starship test. That thing is getting so powerful and reliable. It's becoming very reliable. I don't know if you guys watched any of the SpaceX launch, but I mean the flap, this control surface, it's a hinged flap for re-entry and what they call the belly flop maneuver, where when the Starship gets into the atmosphere, one of its ways of slowing down is effectively aerobraking, where it belly flops and sort of presents its biggest profile to the wind, sort of the opposite of an airplane, right? It makes itself as unaerodynamic as possible, so that it bleeds off speed without having to expend any fuel. And fantastic idea. It's a great way of doing things. The same reason you flare an airplane, right? It's a really cool idea, and they've executed it so well. But if you watched it all, this flap that's, like I said, it's a mobile, it's a adjustable, hinged flight control surface, not unlike an aileron, that was being eaten through by the hot plasma of re-entry. And I mean, this thing just, you could see it on camera just disintegrating. But the bad boy still accomplished its controlled landing. I'm going to call it that, water landing, into the Indian Ocean, like less than an hour after launch. So imagine that. We launched a 20-story building all the way across the world to the other side of the planet from southern Texas, almost as exactly as you can be as to be the other side of the planet, the Indian Ocean, in an hour. It's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. Spent a long time cruising in space, about 40 minutes or so cruising in space. Boy, that thing's going to take us to Mars. Truly incredible. All right. We are basically at 400 now. Right at the red line here on speed. I mean, right at it. We can go ahead and come back to cruise on the throttles. Save some gas. Try to equalize those out as much as possible. It's like trying to get a perfect refill on your tank when filling up gas. Try to pause it right at the right moment. Try to let go of the handle right at the right moment to get the even number you want. Oh my God! See that? 100.2, 100.3. Okay. Come back. Super easy airplane to fly, man. Super easy. Making good progress. Doesn't hurt that we're going damn near 0.8 of Mach. 3 hours, 22 minutes to go. Passing MCI now, or in 4 nautical miles, I should say, and then 70 miles to Cats. So we're going to fly over Denver, basically. Kappa. Kind of enjoying that jam. Why you change? There'll be a little bit of a bank here at MCI. Not much of one, but a little bit of one. There she goes. Alright, now that we're at our cruising altitude and have our speed nice and set, let's, for any of you who are here for the first time, let's talk about what we're doing and why we're doing it. Those of you who have watched my channel for a long time know that I'm a big sim racer. I love me some racing. I love motorsports in many forms. And one of my favorite forms of motorsports is NASCAR. I watch it pretty religiously. I've been to a bunch of races. I've driven stock cars. I just really love that form of racing. So my favorite team, one of my favorite drivers has always been Brad Keselowski throughout his career. And when he went over, but I was sort of without a team when it comes to fandom, right? When I first entered fandom of this sport back in the early 2000s, I gravitated toward Casey Kane. I wanted to rep a Dodge. Chevy's just too popular. I despise Hendrick. I've always been that kind of guy, right? I'm always going to root against the most popular team. But also, I don't care for Dale Earnhardt. I like Dale Earnhardt Jr. as a personality. I didn't think he was that amazing a race car driver. But anyway, I sort of gravitated toward Casey Kane, who then, after driving the number 9 Dodge for a long time for Evernham, sort of bounced around a bit, right? He drove the Red Bull Toyota for a minute. He drove the 5 car for Hendrick for a minute. I think there was another car in there somewhere too, but he bounced around to different teams and cars. And I sort of fell out of the sport, right, as Casey Kane's career was changing and altering. And then he had sort of a health retirement, something to do with his heart. And so I didn't have a driver to follow, and I sort of lost interest in the sport. And then when I came back in, Keselowski, who was this young upstart, cocky kid, won Talladega. His first race win was in Talladega, driving part-time, and it was clear that he was a good race car driver all along. And so I sort of gravitated toward him. I liked his style. I liked his brashness. I just enjoyed him as a personality, and I thought he was a talented race car driver. So gravitated toward him, and then when the next gen era was coming about, Keselowski made what I thought was a bold move and bought a stake in Roush Fenway, which has been for a long time a struggling team. They fell from grace. They used to have the likes of Biffle and Edwards and Kenseth and all that, and these guys were winning races all the time, and they hadn't won in years, right? They had a good prospect in Chris Buescher sitting there in the 17, and otherwise it just had a rotation of drivers who weren't getting it done in the 6 car and the 17 car. To have gone from a 5 car team down to a 2 car team and not winning races when you're freaking Jack Roush was sad. Keselowski comes over there and turns the organization around, and since then, in the last 3 years, I think they've gotten 4 or 5 wins. Keselowski as recently as just a couple weeks ago in Darlington. So anyway, I became an active NASCAR fan again, and gravitated toward RFK as my team of choice. Now, around the same time, 2020, 2021, around that same time frame, my buddy Mike introduced me to flight simming, which I know a lot about airplanes because I used to work on them in the military. I was an F-15 crew chief in the Air Force. But I didn't know anything about actually flying them. All right, I know how they work. I'd never really looked into how they operate. You know, it's two different things, right? You can be a mechanic and not know how to drive, and that was sort of my situation. I was a jet mechanic who did not know how to fly, and so my buddy Mike very patiently taught me a lot about flying, and I've slowly over the last 3 years or so, gotten relatively proficient at it, I think, and so here I am doing Microsoft Flight Sim stuff all the time, but it's one of those games that doesn't have a mission, and so you can buy these Pilot's Life. I think one of them's called A Pilot's Life. Another one, there's 3 or 4 apps that you can get that sort of simulate the life of a commercial airline pilot or a contract pilot or whatever. And I thought I'd do my own version of that, merging things that I love together. So I am, for the entire season, I am flying the RFK guys. I'm their charter service, and I'm flying the RFK guys from track to track. So now the difference is in the real world, of course, they'll fly from Charlotte where they're based to the track. I wanted more variety than that. I don't want to take off from Charlotte every single time, so I'm actually flying from last week's track to this week's track, acting like the pilots just never go home, those poor boys. So I'm going to change the screen over here to desktop. You'll see a spreadsheet. So the way I decided to do this was to have a progressive scale of performance, right? So if the guys win, they get to fly in the 737 BBJ, and if they don't win, then they are flying something down from that, right? So if this is the ultimate private jet, then the Citation's the next one, Vision Jet, DC-3 Seneca, right? So to start the year off, it was pretty rough, fam. There were some, either Brad or Chris DNF'd each, one of the two did not finish the first 3 races of the year, getting wrapped up in crashes. And so I'm basing everything off average team finish, not driver. So as a driver, Chris Buescher had a better start, but Brad Keselowski has sort of gotten better as the year has gone on. And so it's a balance. In fact, Keselowski's average finish is 13th, Buescher's is 15th. But I'm looking at average finish over here and saying, how did the team do week in, week out? And based on the quality of their finish, they get the quality of airplane. And so the rules that I've broken there is that I got really interested in the community mod of the C-17, and I flew it for a couple of weeks. They had such a bad showing in Talladega, in Dover, that I had them fly commercial, so I flew the 737, and they bought first class tickets. And that's just because I didn't want to fly the DC-3 that distance. So I break my own rules from time to time, deal with it. I'm just scarred from Atlanta to Vegas. In the DC-3, it was 2 days. It was 11 hours, I think, of flying. So it's a long damn time. Here, because so many these couple of weeks here, there was what's not represented here is the All-Star race in North Wilkesboro. So there were 3 very concentrated between Darlington, North Wilkesboro, and Charlotte that I thought, well, it's kind of a waste to fly the 737, when Keselowski won at Darlington. I didn't want to fly a 737 20 miles, right? So I decided, okay, I'm going to make up the idea that Brad has bought his own Seneca, his own little twin engine, and is flying himself around those Carolina races. So that's why you see that slided in there. And then we got back on script last week, flying the 737 BBJ in celebration of that win to Worldwide. And so now we are flying from Worldwide to Sonoma in the CJ4 Citation because Brad finished 3rd, Buescher finished 14th. That's an average of 8.5, which puts us between 6 and 10. So, a couple more spots, we'd be back in the BBJ again. Not that that's any faster than this airplane, really, but it's cooler and bigger. So that's the idea behind this series, and it's been a lot of fun doing it. And I look forward to it. Half of me thinks of it as an obligation every week that I need to go do my NASCAR flight, but the part of me that just loves flight simming is like, yay, I get to go do my flight. It's just that some of them are long, man. Like today's is 5 hours in total between setup and the actual flight. It's gonna be like a 5-hour stream, so I needed to start it pretty early. I think I got started around 9, and we'll be in this chair, except for pee breaks or whatever. We'll be in this chair for the next few hours. Coming up on cats, making good progress here. I'm gonna check tracking real fast on a package I'm expecting. I'm so excited. Might get here while we're still on stream, and if it does, then I'll show you what I got. Okay, what's I gonna do? Oh yeah, he's gonna check tracking. USPS, tell me. Expected delivery, out for delivery. 10 o'clock now. Cool. So, what I have ordered, let me pull something else up on the screen. What I have ordered for my sim racing rig. So, those of you who follow the channel know that I recently here switched from VR over to triple monitors. I got triple 32s running at 1440 now, and I'm loving it. It's great. There are things that I miss about VR, but in general, it's been pretty good. So, there it is. So one of the things about that is that I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago, I switched to the hell. Why can't I? Here we go. About a year and a half ago, I switched to. This is weird. Okay, finally got there. I'm trying to navigate to something off screen, but I switched over to those monitors off of VR, and about a year ago I got an AccuForce V2 used on eBay steering wheel. My old Thrustmaster finally gave out on me, and I got this new direct drive wheel, and it's great. Like its feedback is fantastic, but I'm not a fan of the actual rim. The buttons don't feel good. The rim itself, I don't know. It just I'm still going to use it, especially for like oval stuff, or if I were to drive the Audi GTO, that kind of stuff. Things that sort of demand that in the real world would have a round rim, I'm going to use. But what I'm finding is, for a lot of the cars that I'm driving, it's blocking the dash. The top of the rim is blocking the dash, and so I'm getting I've been wanting to get a Formula rim ever since I switched to monitors. And so I have purchased, and showing it today, should be the SimMagic GT Neo, which is a very well reviewed, pretty dope wheel that should be in a truck right now on its way to me. So I've been looking at it and thinking about it, and what's cool is like it's got all these customizable RGB buttons here that and rotaries that I can program however the hell I want. I can even have different profiles for different cars if I want. And everything you see here, these buttons are not static, right? They're going to come unmarked, and there's a whole sticker pack that comes with it. So I have been thinking through how I want to set this up, and here's going to be my layout for what I'm putting where that I was working on yesterday. So the only thing I haven't figured out what I'm going to map yet is the separate paddles in the back. I don't know what I'm going to use those for yet, but anyway, that's what I'm getting. So there's a little adapter. Yeah, there's a picture of it. Little adapter that will allow me to use it on my AccuForce base. But otherwise, the quick release is the same NRG style. The wheel looks beautiful. I mean, it's got, like, everyone on YouTube talking about it is like, wow, this thing is the best value for money. Why are other wheels so expensive? And I'm just so looking forward to getting it on the sim later today and playing with it, man. It's going to be cool. All right, now that we're comfortably at our cruising altitude, I'm going to take a break for just a minute. Be back shortly. Refill my coffee and stuff. Alright. We're back! We're back! Do a quick instruments check. Looking okay. Might even try to bump the speed up just a tad. Huh. I want to let me measure speed. $97.5 exactly, feeling good. All right. So we're coming up on, we're 17 minutes from HLC. At HLC, we should have 3,824 pounds of fuel. Right now, we've got 1950 plus 1950. That's 1,900. So yeah, we're close to fuel plan. I think we're a little light on fuel though. Like I think we should have, like we're a little not short, but we've spent more probably because of the headwind. Like we've had a constant headwind. It's decreased some, but still a 50 knot headwind. So I think that's cost us some extra fuel on an already pretty tight flight. So we'll just keep an eye on that, and then decide what I want to do. If I get too close on fuel, do I want to do an intermediate landing somewhere, or do I cheat and just add more fuel? It's already like a 5-hour flight, or 4-hour and something flight. So I kind of don't want to. Have to download center. Land somewhere and refuel. SimPro Manager 2. Just downloading the software that I'm going to need for my wheel when it gets here. Yeah. In sim racing land, must say that the most recent release of a Ford Mustang GT3 has been very welcome in my life. I have loved it. I uploaded a replay video. I didn't live stream it. I uploaded a replay video the other day of a race that I had at Oschersleben. I think I'm saying that right. Oschersleben Raceway. Just a fun top 5 battle. I think I qualified 7th and finished 3rd, if I remember correctly. And just steady as she goes kind of fight. Avoided some crashes that happened in front of me. Put on a couple of good on-track battles that went my way, and made an aggressive turn, 180-degree pass around a 180-degree corner. I was like, really happy with it. And then boy, the car just spoke to me. I don't know what it is. Sometimes you come across a car that just speaks your language, like it matches your driving style, and I'm telling you, this thing matched my driving style. So I've been enjoying it. I recently sort of devised a new team paint that I'm using across all the cars, and I'll show you real fast kind of what it looks like. I've been really happy with it so far. I need to get like a collection together, but here's the Corvette. And so the consistency of the team paint is basically that it's orange in the front with this brush stroke effect that I found in GIMP, and then not the same brush strokes, right? It's not just the same thing with different colors. It's whole different brush strokes for the blue section, and then this sort of primer gray in the back that I really dig. And so that's the Vet, and then you can see here you can see the Indy cars kind of the same way. Where the hell is my What the hell? There we go. So here's the Mustang. Merca. That thing is beefy. That thing is beefy, and I love it. And then let's see, what else have I painted that way? When we were prepping for the Nürburgring. Oh, here we go. There's the IndyCar. Some nice shots of it. You know, it's the first time I've ever sort of created a team theme and stuck with it across lots of different cars. So that was for the Indy 500, and then let's see here, where are the GT3s? Well, here's, oh, that was when Jamie was struggling with something. Oh yeah, I did a Ferrari. I forgot about the Ferrari. So that's sort of while it was still mid-work, I think. Here's the BMW. So I know it's the same theme over and over, but that's kind of the point, right? Is that it becomes a recognizable team theme that I did. Same thing on the Merc. I think this is the first one I did it on, was the Merc. I just like the way it came out. So you start seeing that color combination on track, you know it's either me or one of my teammates. Two hours, 56 minutes to go, it looks like. Cruising right along. Just looking over at Semaware real fast to see any new ATCs come online. I'm just missing, look at this. I am just missing the ATC coverage area. Oh man, right by it. That's okay. I mean, I don't need it. And I'm glad he didn't call me just for that moment, but I am hoping that one of these centers come online. Just to hear the chatter and all that. And, you know, hopefully, here's where I'm landing, APC. I'm hoping that that when I get out there that he's still online and I'll get vectors and all that in. Sonoma, California. How far from the racetrack is the airport? Well, I guess this is where I'm landing. Oh, that's not an airport. I remember it being on sort of the upper part of town. Airport. Sonoma Sky Park. That's not where I'm landing, I don't think. Hospital Heliport. Sonoma Valley. I think this is where I'm landing. Where's the racetrack? Where's the racetrack? Where's the racetrack? I'll recognize it from the sky. I've done a lot of laps here. I actually won an outsider racing race here in the next gen car. Alright, so there's the track. The airport's way over here at Napa County Airport. Yeah, so we're going to come in. We won't see the track on our approach, unfortunately. I think I'd like to get a little more speed out of this thing. Alright. It's not going to make a material difference to go 5 miles an hour faster, I don't think. Or 2 or 3 knots faster. I just kind of wish I was sitting closer to 8, right? I want it to be kind of 0.77, 0.78 a Mach, something like that. If I inch my throttles up just a tad. Seven 4.8, 7.49, 7.5. Six minutes from HLC. 1850, 1850. So that's 3,700, and at HLC I'm supposed to have 38.24. I'm 100 pounds light on the old gasoline. This headwind's killing me. Hey, that's better. 0.76. Push up number 2 just a tad. Yeah, about 140 pounds light of light compared to plan. Let's look back up on the OFP then. What is the actual flight fuel? Block fuel of 5791. Trip plus taxi is 4671. So there's basically a 1,000-pound buffer here. The trip requires 4551. It's just really close. It's just really close. .47 knot headwind. Look at that, that did shave some time off. 2:38 to go now. At, what time is it? Almost 11. I do need to get there. You saw my wife earlier. She's like, hey, don't forget this thing. Gotta go do this thing. And I'm like, all right. I needed to fit this flight in earlier, early in the day. Stuff going on. Welcome to Flatland, USA. What are we over? Kansas, I think. Why can't I get into the Citation's cabin? I wonder if that's just not modeled. I'm going to research that real fast while we're flying. I guess I'll give you an external view while we're doing that. MSFS Citation CJ4 cabin camera. How do I move the cabin? Move to the cabin. Use the drone camera. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah. Just can't enter the cabin, huh? It appears.
And then you go, and here we have several quick things. Have right controls back as lights, couple of cameras, and here you see how I do it. So I have right control and numpad key to save my custom cameras. And I just use the numpad key here to look. So as we put ourselves now back into the cabin with a quick view 2, we go ahead now and set a custom camera view back here. So for example, I will just then use my camera 6. So I will hit now right control and numpad 6. So to save that back in the cabin. So first I'll go back for sure, resume, and now I hit control numpad 6 back. So when I hit now my numpad 6, numpad, I'm back here in the cabin. So that's my custom view, and now I can go ahead, set up any other view in the cabin as I like. So I'm now completely free to move about the cabin, do whatever, set a few further views.
How did you get back there in the first place?
Easy way to do it with the latest perks. And down here we have the quick view area. You expand that, and here we have, since you already moved back there in the cabin, quick view 2, left click.
Quick view,
And now you
huh?
can see you already moved back there to the cabin. So that's one thing to consider now. Close that.
Camera.
Don't
Cockpit.
click anything,
Oh.
don't stop panning.
Overspeed.
Stop zooming, just hit the escape key. And now go to your controls and options. And actually I just want to highlight how it's set up in my case. So
Hey, when are we supposed to step up to 430 again?
and here you see how I did it. So I have right control
GLD.
and numpad key to save
Go
my
next
custom
one.
cameras. And I just use the numpad key here to load. So as we put ourselves now back to the cabin with a quick view 2, we go ahead now and set a custom camera view back here. So for example, I will just then use my camera 6 for that. So I will hit now right control and numpad 6. So to save that and move back in the cabin. So
Alright,
first
he was saying to
go
use
back
quick
control,
view.
resume, and now I hit control numpad 6 back. So when I hit now my numpad 6,
Yeah, still can't get back there.
I'm back here in the cabin, so that's my custom view. And now I can go
Ah,
any other view in the cabin as I like.
guess I just don't get
Be free
those cool camera shots.
Do
for this one.
whatever, set a few further views as I wish, and yeah, enjoy.
Might be able to set some cool external shots though.
So hopefully that helps, makes things easier, and yeah, have fun, enjoy, and see you soon. Good luck.
I think I need to set a control though for some of this stuff, because the drone camera, I don't have it. I don't think I have it set up on my controller. Oh well. Cabin views for the Citation CJ4. Modder created a set of cameras. Da 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 da. Okay. Might experiment with that. I was gonna just check delivery status of the wheel. Out for delivery still. Come on, mail. Get here, mail. Plug my phone in. Forgot to charge my phone last night. Coming up on Denver next, as far as next major city. Goodland, I assume either Kansas or Colorado. Still looks like Kansas to me, but you know, I've never really spent time in Colorado, so I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where the Rockies begin relative to Colorado's border, off the top of my head. Hey, we didn't do our climb. Why didn't we do our climb? There we go. I'm supposed to be at 430 when I get to glide. So we'll be a little behind that plan, only climbing at 100. Coffee. And after we get to 430, we'll start thinking about and probably even setting up our arrival and approach. Passing 410 now. That would be the life right there. I'm telling you, if I ever somehow became crazy wealthy, I'm flying private. I'll have my own plane. And I'll probably fly it myself, but I might also hire a pilot, you know, so I can relax, chill in the back. Share duties, maybe. This headwind is just murder. Has been the whole time. Maybe at 430 to be better.
Altitude.
Yeah, we're getting there. Four two two. 423. Starting to see some hints of the Rockies. 424. Supposed to have 3.3 at glide. 1616. Ugh. We are short. I mean, I think we'll still land with like 800 pounds of fuel, but it's not a lot. I guess we've used 200. No, does this mean we'll land with 236 pounds of fuel? Is that what that means? Wow, it's not a lot. Not a lot. Look at that. We're right on target. 429. That's a cool shot. Print screen. Haha. Screenshots, baby. Screenshots, baby. That's kind of cool too, actually. See that one too. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt my feelings to have more and more screenshots to play with. Instrument check. 755, 756. Okay, so we're going to land with about 400 pounds right now, if I'm understanding that correctly. I don't think that's fuel used. I think that's fuel remaining. I mean, fuel remaining at landing. It's a forecast of fuel remaining. So, I think I'm happy with that. Especially with it going up. This, though, it makes me think about that plane that crashed, did that highway landing and crash in Florida recently, right? You know, where they fly from. I think Detroit or Minneapolis or something, all the way down to, was it Miami? No, Tampa. It was Tampa, Florida, and they were, you know, coming in on their approach for an airport there in Tampa, I believe it was, and when they went to, you know, basically they ran out of gas. It looks like they ran out of gas, and then they attempted to land on a highway and did, but then the wing caught, I think it was a guardrail or something. The wing caught a guardrail, spun the plane right into a retaining wall, killed the pilots. The passengers all got out, but the pilots died. all because they got closer than they thought they would on fuel. They pushed max range on fuel based on how much they had in the tank, and so killed them. Cost savings killed people. You don't want to haul around extra gas. I get it, right? But don't cut it so close that you can't make it. As I sit here and cut it so close that I might not make it. Difference is I can click a cheat menu up here and add 100 pounds of fuel like that, you know? Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. $468 though, that's slightly ticking up. I still think we'll land with 500, 600 pounds of fuel. So I think we're okay. It's just close. Closer than you'd like. Denver ground is online. Oh, Ferda! Ha! He's chasing me. I'm gonna go over to Ferda's YouTube channel real fast and see how he's doing. YouTube. I just went onto Ferda's channel and said, hey, stop following me. I think he might have stepped away from his keyboard too, though, like I did a little while ago. So you might hear a voice from time to time here, and that's me screwing around with Ferda.
Just told me to stop following him. I don't think you have anything to worry about. You got about 42 dots on me. Might have to see about going up to 400. Level 400. The winds are a little bit better. Yep, figured as good a time as any to hop on and do this long flight.
So Ferda is a former Air Force pilot. I'm a former Air Force jet mechanic, and he flies the Learjet, and has been doing basically the same thing I have. And we've talked about
shows for flight level wins.
Doing a collaboration at some point. I guess this is as close as we've gotten to it, but let's see here. Oh, am I overspeeding?
Wicked headwind, still over 30 knots at 430. Oof. Yeah, it doesn't look like it gets much better any higher. In fact, it looks like it gets a little worse. Hey, there's Kansas City. Still doing good on gas, so don't have to worry about pulling it back too much. Yeah, I'm rolling up on Kansas City right now. I think I might be flying a little further south than you are, because I know one of my points was the Falcon VOR, which is Colorado Springs, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't have Falcon on mine at all.
Oh, never mind. Falcon is right by Denver.
Woo. Oh yeah, it is Falcon. Yeah, I do have it.
Yeah, I had to throw max bags on this thing to make the flight.
Max bags, he says. That's a pilot
like
speaking.
Right at my min reserve fuel.
Simbrief said, "No cargo for you."
Going over Falcon too, nice. Yeah, probably the same flight plan.
Do.
I noticed you're going to Napa Valley Airport though. I'm going to Travis Air Force Base. No cargo for you. I'm sure yours was a pig climbing out, just like I was.
Just typing into Ferda's chat as, and so you're hearing his replies. I was just saying that I climbed out steadily.
That makes sense right there. Yeah, I was sitting right around 1,500 feet per minute as well. Almost want to say feet per second. That would literally be a rocket ship.
What's your Delta V? Got that Kerbal Learjet.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Take it easy. So what I'm looking at here, I'll flip over to desktop mode and kind of show you guys what I'm talking about. What's going on. Uh-oh. Ah. Damn it. Ah, it's on the rig. There it is. Alright. Make sure I didn't accidentally shut off OBS while doing all that crap. There we go. Okay, so what I noticed, I went on to SimAware just to see if any new ATC centers were online, and I saw me, right? So yeah, there's me. And then I was like, hold on, who the hell? Who's on my flight route here? And I realized, oh, Ferda19. That's my boy over there. So if you don't follow Ferda right now, go give him a subscribe. He flies the Learjet and has been doing basically the same thing I've been doing. So so I've been just chatting with him over here, goofing off. And so we're doing basically the same flight, but he's in a Lear. And I guess Ferda used to fly
You start pushing the fuel port.
the same thing that I did. Or I'm sorry, he used to fly this in the Air Force.
Beautiful weather.
Beautiful weather, he says. Yeah, not so much. It's a nice view. I like that. It's a good camera.
I actually just started getting back into watching some Kerbal base program videos. I used to play a little bit back in the day, and I got to the point, you know, I think I landed on the moon or whatever, the mun. But that was about as far as I ever made it.
Yeah, disappointed as to what happened with KSP2. Whatever. It's a sad world we live in sometimes, isn't it? It's not fair. Bum, 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 bum. I like this livery. I hadn't seen this livery before. I told myself that if they got a win, that I would I'd either learn how to paint or commission a paint, and I haven't done either yet. Just been kind of busy. It's a cool angle.
Pulling you up now. Yeah, that's definitely looks like Eastern Colorado.
Yeah, it's definitely getting there.
Yeah, I never played Kerbal Space Program 2, but I haven't heard any good things. Track down there, and going right over the airport.
Kansas. Whereas I am kind of over the middle of nowhere, Colorado. And by middle of nowhere, I mean the outskirts of Denver, it looks like. Well, what's the actual distance remaining to Denver? 5 minutes, 27 nautical miles. It's not too far out there. The only time I've ever been the last guy getting onto the plane running and sweating was in Denver's airport. I'll never forget it, and I'll never forgive it. It was a terrible day. I mean, I got home. I got there. But boy, if you've ever flown through Denver's airport, you know that they've got these super long concourses, like 70 gates. And I remember I landed there. I had about, I think it was like a 30-minute layover, which was pretty common, right? A 30, 45-minute layover before I could fly back to OKC. And I can't remember where I was coming from, but I used to fly through Denver all the time to get to OKC. And remember we landed one time, and then for whatever reason, we were just stuck out on the tarmac, right, forever. Like 20, 25 minutes after landing. We were just stuck out there. And I, was sitting there thinking, watching my 45 minutes dwindle until we finally got to the gate. You know, everyone stands up and does the hustle to get off the airplane. Everyone's now late for their connection, so people cooperated pretty well to get out of the airplane. But then I got out there and I'm looking, and I'm like, oh shit, I've got to get from gate 1 where we pulled in,
yeah,
from
Brandon,
gate 1
if you look at
all the way to gate 70 something.
videos, he
took forever.
He flies around as RFK 617.
617, baby.
He flies around basically like however RFK performs is what jet he'll fly. So like this past week, I guess they did all right. So and success citation, but I've seen them like fly the DC 3 before. It's like what was it, after Phoenix, where they both finished like in the bottom 30.
Oh, Ferd is talking about my series over there. Okay, we can see Denver now. Here comes some Denver. The airport's pretty far in the outskirts of Denver.
How awkward would it have been if I came back in? We were over.
There it is. So you'll probably see the long ass concourse. But to finish that story, like we pulled in at gate 1 or 2, and I had to get down to 70 or something, right? And it was like you get to the end of the regular concourse, and you're like, hold on, I only see gate 60, and I mean I had been running, even on the moving sidewalk, running to get down to the other end, and finally get there, and it's like, holy crap, there's no gate 70. Where am I? Where am I supposed to go? And then there's this door off to the left. It's like gate 70 or 60 through 70 something. And man, I got down the stairs, ran. It was one of those minor gates with a connection flight, probably like a Mad Dog or a CRJ in there. But I finally got to the airplane with like a minute to spare and sweating balls, just awful. And everyone's giving me that look like, why didn't you plan your day better? You know, I'm like, man, not my fault. Is that Denver there? I think it is.
That Cats, we should be.
Well, I don't see long ass buildings. Oh, yeah, or is that it?
So many nodems. I got a sensor.
Get a good view here.
We got Cats, 44, 74 on the gas. Right there.
Well, that doesn't feel right at all. Unless, are those the concourses?
500 pounds off that.
It might be. Assuming that's the international airport.
I find that highly unlikely.
Yeah, me too.
I can maybe see Busher winning. I think he's been pretty strong there. I think.
I mean, that's got to be the international airport right there, right? 4 runways and all that. But it does.
So you're a Brad fan too. Yeah, my younger brother, he's in here commenting. Brandon, he's a big Brad K fan. You are directly over Denver International, it looks like. Get 408 knots on that 398, so I'm closing the gap, but you're still pulling away. Closing the gap speed-wise.
Speed. I am speed. Ka-chow. All right, fuel check, showing 600 extra. Let's scroll down on the OFP here. What are we supposed to be at FQF?
It's so funny flying the C-21, and you look at it.
Here it is.
I mean, it looks like a super sleek jet. Looks super fast.
Close.
Everyone's like, "Oh, is it fast? Is it fast?" I'm like, "No, it's not." Top speed is Mach .81. Back in my old 135 days, max speed was Mach .9. So she's quick, but she's not fast.
And that'd be a pretty place to live, wouldn't it?
Manhattan,
Right there.
the Little Apple.
Ferda, I hope you don't mind your voice coming through on my stream. Everyone, if you're watching, go over and check Ferda out. Ferda Simulations, F-E-R-D-A.
Must have Chevy
Foxtrot,
engines.
Echo, Romeo, Delta, Alfalfa. The sprawl of Denver.
Oh man, Oakland Center closed down.
Oh, yeah.
I swear, if I go a whole another flight without any ATC, look at this. East Coast, booming. But our
It's my
entire
fault,
route
Ferda.
flight is just empty. Probably helped if I actually pulled up the screen. Literally, like, everything but our route of flight
Yeah. Yeah, that's the damn truth, Ferda.
is controlled.
That's the truth.
Always seems to be the case. It's also what happens when you fly between, like, when you're flying between NASCAR tracks rather than the big airports. Yeah, I feel the same. I can't tell you how many times I've actually checked on and they're like, oh, I'm actually closing down. And then just over here in Germany, it makes it that much more difficult trying to time it up, flying back in the States.
Stop following me. You know, I don't know why my chat hasn't been showing up over here on my tablet. I missed some stuff there.
Citation has all the Gucci avionics.
T.A. Smith, sorry I missed your chat earlier if you're still around. Yeah, man. What you talking about? It's all glass.
Here in the old steam gauges.
It's all glass, and this is the easiest freaking plane to fly, dude. It's it is so simple. Starting the engines on this is literally just a little push button start. Like my BMW is harder to start than this thing.
Maybe that's it down there.
Forward 3 Zippo. Excuse me. 19 minutes to Elf, and then looks like an hour 56 remaining to Napa Valley. I need water. I need some agua. I'll be back momentarily, kids. Flying over the Rockies.
The football field. Kansas State. Guessing that's probably it. It should load in this second. That looks like a football field. The Bill Snyder Family Stadium. Next VOR is going to be Hill City, HLC 113.7. They're about 25, 30 miles to swap over.
But I'm settled. So, yeah.
just feel like flying the Lear on here is gonna introduce so many bad habits for flying the real jet. One of the things I don't do as often as I should in the sim as I do in real life is check the fuel balance, because it always burns equally in game. So see now in the tips we have just under 500 pounds. So in theory, if I wanted to, I could go ahead and start pushing that fuselage fuel forward. But what I'm going to do is wait just a little bit longer, probably till about 200 pounds or so. And what that's going to do is keep our center of gravity further back, which is a more fuel efficient CG.
Where the heck's the other half of this?
We'll wait on that just a tad longer. Let's see if any ATCs popped on. And then the rocket at 409. Still here at a measly 398. Out over the mountains now. We're about 350 miles from the mountains. Swap over VORs. Well, I'm gonna hop off again. Go cook some steaks real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Sorry about that. Had to go get some agua. So T.A. Smith asks a couple hours ago, can this game teach you how to fly? You know, I might ask Ferda to answer that as a pilot, but here's what I feel like. I've gone from a person who knows a lot about airplanes from having been a mechanic on them, on fighters in the Air Force, to what I feel is a pretty proficient sim pilot, which has, in my opinion, taught me an absolute ton of real world concepts and knowledge and so forth, right? I understand now how ILS works. I understand now what PAPI lights are. I understand now what IFR means, right? Like the terminology, the concepts that you learn to successfully play this game are the same concepts you learn to successfully fly a real plane, in my opinion. And in that way, it's a lot like sim racing, in that I feel like if I went out to a racetrack today and you took me and 10 other people and said, here, jump in this BMW M4 GT4 and take it around Laguna Seca, that I would be able to do that at a much higher, even though it'd be my first time in an M4, it'd be my first time at Laguna Seca, but I feel like I could get in the car and be seconds faster than any other person who did not have a background in sim racing. In the same way, I honestly do think that you could put me in a real Citation or a real Seneca or a real Cessna or a Piper Arrow or even a 737 and say, steal this airplane. You know, if there's like an emergency and this airplane's got to get landed. You know, is there a doctor on board? We need to land the plane. The pilot's had a stroke. Whatever. If one of those sorts of emergencies were to happen, or you know, zombie apocalypse, and I want to fly a 737 across the country. No one's watching. There's no FAA anymore, right? I honestly do think that I could get in a 737, a real one right now, and start it up and fly it. I really, really do. I understand the concepts, and I have enough muscle memory. I know my way around the cockpits. I could do it. I'm very confident in that. So here's what sim racing and flight sim doesn't do, though, and this is where someone like Ferda might chime in with more insight on this. What it doesn't do is teach you feel, right? I've got one of the best yokes. I've got a Honeycomb Alpha here. I've got a great throttle quadrant, the Honeycomb Bravo. I've got some Cytec pedals, right? And I understand how to use them, and I understand how they interact with the avionics and what's going to happen. But what I have zero of is sort of the peripheral vision that a real pilot creates, the situational awareness. I'm locked into this screen in a very steady thing, right? So I don't have some of the vision and awareness that I think a real pilot will, and I don't have the seat of your pants feel, right? If you've ever driven cars with manual transmissions, you'll understand that you're rarely actually looking at the tach when you think about shifting. You're typically listening to the engine note, and you're feeling the car's torque, and you feel that moment where you've run the engine out. You hear the moment where you've run the engine to its red line or to its shift point. And then you make the shift based on that. And you're not looking at the stick, right? Like if I want to go change my barometer or turn on a taxi light or whatever, I'm looking down and saying, okay, I'm going to turn on my beacon light or whatever. Whereas if I had flown this airplane in the real world as much as I've flown it here, I'm just going to reach down and hit a button. So I would have an advantage. I'd know where the beacon light is more than someone who has never played. But I wouldn't have the muscle memory that a real pilot would have of interacting with the airplane and feeling what's going on with the airplane. So all that to say, yes, I think my answer to TA's question is yes. I think this can teach you how to fly. I think you could absolutely step out of this sim and be 90% ready to fly a real airplane. The other 10%, though, is just lived experience doing things for real. And so...
Pacific 49, 573, approaching runway 25, ready for departure. At 573, Denver Center, good morning to you. Wind 210.
Is Denver Center online?
RNAV phone.
Did I get a...
Too fast. RNAV full runway clear.
I didn't.
Clear for takeoff. That is 573.
Oh, Denver Center's online. I should tune into Denver Center. 127650. Was that coming from Ferda's channel that I heard there? I guess I need to mute Ferda. .27650. Let's double check that I'm tuned into the correct place. Yeah. Okay, I should probably do a with you call. 38 miles east of Elf. Denver Center, RFK 617 with you, 37 miles west of Elf at flight level 430.
RFK 617, Denver Center, good morning. Radar contact, squawk 1722.
1722, RFK 617, good morning. Thanks for putting on some ATC.
Yeah, no problem.
1722. Tune.
Denver Center, Delta 904, 51220. Delta 904, Denver Center, good morning. Denver Center, 11260, Dispersion 25 on Gulf, ready for departure. Chris calling, was that? Woo, let's try that again. Aircraft calling up, say call that again. So reliable, 262. Reliable 262, Denver Center, good morning. Runway 25, line up, wait.
Alright, so I don't think we'll have any instruction or anything.
Yeah, 573, radar contact, stay altitude passing. Passing 8,000, United 573. Yeah, 573, roger, climb maintain flight level 360.
We'll just listen in for a while.
360, 573.
But we'll be out of here pretty fast, I think, just to share with you what we got. So he just came on in the last few minutes as I was flying through here, and as you can see, we're 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way through this area, and I guess this is Salt Lake Center. I think this is what that one's called.
Reliable 262, on that phone, wind 210 at 6.
As you can see, no ATC there. So who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and more will come online. But at the moment, it's just little old me with just this ATC. But hey, who knows? As it gets later and the West Coast, maybe more will come online. We'll see. We will see.
So when you push fuel forward, you have one pump.
Well, I can't do that for you, but you might have it on your right side. Sorry about that. That's all right. I'm glad you're thinking about that. You're doing everything right. Bravo for you.
Water. It's feeling really parched. As soon as I start cooking.
And RFK 617, do we have any in-flight snacks available this morning?
Ribeyes, bison, and beef. Which one you want?
Holy smokes. I need to be on your plane.
It's that private life, man. Living in the Citation, the rocket ship.
Yeah, I think we'll take a little bit of both if you're offering. Thanks. Holy smokes. I need to be on your plane.
It's that private life, man. Living in the Citation, the rocket ship.
Yeah, I think we'll take a little bit of both if you're offering. Thanks.
Denver Center, Walker 3650, 08.
Walker 3650, Denver Center, good morning to you. RNAV to Royal, wind 210 at 6, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Royal, runway 8, clear for takeoff, Walker 3650.
And reliable 262, radar contact, state altitude passing.
9,000 for level 267.
Level 262, heavy, roger, climb maintain flight level 380.
Level 380, level 267.
All right. Cruising, 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 man. Making good time. I feel like even with this freaking headwind. Coming up on Elf, and like we're on the back half of this thing now. We are on the back half of this thing. Hour and a half to go. Time for my compulsory delivery check. Track. Where's my wheel? I want my wheel. Between 12:15 and 2:15. Ah, it's almost here. Can't wait to get that all programmed up and stickered up. Do some sim racing with some pretty light up wheel stuff happening. Oh, that would be such a pretty place to live. Sometimes I want to sell the house and find a mountain cabin, open a hardware store, friggin' chill. Calm my life down. I work too hard, I work too much.
Parker 3650, radar contact, state altitude passing.
Passing 6,400, Walker 3650.
Parker 3650, roger, climb maintain flight level 330.
Up at flight level 330, Walker 3650.
Walker, Walker, Walker. Walker, Texas Ranger. This is Texas Ranger. This is Medicine. Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. Be a pretty...
Denver Center, good afternoon. Sun Country 408, checking in flight level 330.
Sun Country 408, Denver Center, good morning to you, ident.
Let's go ahead and start thinking
Sun
about
Country 408.
our approach and arrival and approach. Let's go to our flight, and oh, no arrivals. Okay, so we're just gonna vector in. Well, let's go look at this airport then.
Sun Country 408, radar contact over the tube, city VOR, flight level 330, good morning.
Looks like.
Good morning.
Well, let's see if ATIS. Do I have ATIS? I do not. METAR. Okay, METAR tells me some things. 2986. 10 scattered. 220 at 10 knots. Alright. Let's take a look at the runway stuff. Runway 19 or runway 24. Let's zoom in and understand this airport's layout. Nine right or 24. I'd be happy to take either of those. Looks like 19 right should be the correct one. Slightly stronger wind, slightly longer runway. Okay, we'll plan on 19 right. Oh, it's already got 19 right in there. Let's look at our approaches. Okay. Surprised by this. Why would 19 not have plates? Does some sort of filter on somewhere? I don't think I understand. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the reciprocal. Okay, is Navigraph just wrong on this stuff then? Let's go out and look at what's it called? Shoot. Did it again. I accidentally put it on the other monitor. There we go.
Denver Center, good morning. For the 19, flight level 380.
And for the 19, Denver Center, good morning to you. It appears your transponder is completely off. If you could turn that on in mode C for me, that'd be fantastic.
For the 19, showing them squawking altitude. I'll see if I can figure something out.
And for the 19, appreciate it. Thanks.
Hey, Denver Center, RFK 617. Be advised that Ferda 19 has been following me all the way since St. Louis, and I'm pretty sure he's some sort of stalker and was trying to fly under the radar quite literally there.
RFK 617, Roger. I'll notify the authorities.
Showing them squawking altitude. I'll see if I can figure something out.
I gotta hear what Ferda says about this.
Denver Center, Sterling 956, short runway 8.
Hey, Denver Center, RFK.
Spirit 956, Denver Center, good morning to you. RNAV Royal, wind 2106, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
I was trying to fly under the radar quite literally.
RNAV Royal, clear for takeoff, runway 8, Sterling 956.
RFK 617, Roger. I'll notify the authorities.
Denver Center, for the 19, yeah, he caught me. Am I showing good now?
For the 19 negative, I do not see any transponder for you, in fact, at all. I can only see you when I put my
I'll have to watch
scope
that back
into
later.
top-down
I'm not hearing
mode,
double.
which is really weird because it's like a plane on the ground but moving at 400 miles per hour.
Okay. All right, we never
Interesting. Yeah, I'll
figured
keep
this out,
troubleshooting.
so let's cancel out of that.
If for the 19, if you don't find anything, sometimes just quickly disconnecting and reconnecting to the network can sometimes fix these issues.
Okay, yeah, I'll give that a shot.
Don't understand why I'm not seeing the right approach there. So we'll do that out. Let's take a look at, what was I doing? Oh, Sky Vector. I was going to look at Sky Vector. I got distracted by screwing around with Ferda. Let me pull that over here. APC, Napa County. Alright, let's look at some charts. Are there charts for this? Huh. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm going to switch over to desktop mode. If anyone out in the chat can tell me what I'm doing wrong here. I guess it's visual into 19 only. What it looks like. Those are the only things I see. Does that mean that 19 is out of commission right now or something? Nope, not here yet. Oh, where the hell is my Sky Vector? Or does that open in the same tab?
And for the 19, I just saw you ident there, then you disappeared here. Bearings 956, ready to contact, state altitude passing.
Passing 7,800.
Bearing 956, Roger, climb maintain flight level 350, welcome.
350, square length, 956.
Okay. I think what this means that there is no instrument approach at all for runway 19, only for runway 01.
And further 19, you back?
Strange.
Yeah, further 19, back up. I'm showing I'm clocking altitude.
Further 19, I've got you here. Radar contact, you're 10 miles west of the Hill City BOR, flight level 380, welcome.
Further 19, copy all, and the old turn it off, turn it back on again trick works.
Yeah, that's about with everything.
No idea. No idea what's going on there.
And RFK 617, looks like I got your stalker under control, but unfortunately, it's time for you to leave. Salt Lake is offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change is approved. Have a great rest of your flight. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for an entertaining ATC run there, champ. And if you'll call in the military intercept as I leave your airspace for FERDA, that'll help me with peace of mind. RFK 617 out.
See ya.
Back over to Unicom. All right, I'll unmute Ferda again here.
That'll help with peace of mind. RFK 617
See ya.
Oh man, that was good stuff right there. Cool. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna turn the webcam off. I'm gonna eat my steak. And
All right, so looking at my stuff here, I'll mute Ferda back again since he's stepping away for a minute. And let me look at my ETE hour 24. That gives me a little time to eat too, I think. So I'll stay on comm, I think. I'll leave my headset turned on, but I'm going to step away and heat up a factor meal. Not that they're a sponsor or anything. They're not! But that's what I've got that I can make pretty quickly. Downstairs. And who knows, maybe the mail will get here while I'm down here doing this. That would be dope. That would be dope. What do we got in the factor menu today? I've got defrosted Tex-Mex beef bowl. Oh, that sounds good. All right. These factors are actually pretty damn delicious. What do you meow? Oh, I didn't feed that cat. That's what she's meowing about. That explains it. And I'm supposed to give the other one his medicine. Feeding cat time. Cat food. I like this music channel more than the other ones I've been using. Zoe! Zoe! I forgot my phone. Wanted to log the calories, and I forgot my phone upstairs. It's all good. Let me look at the box real fast. This should specify how many calories it is. 560. Not bad for lunch. that other factor out, put it up in the fridge so it defrosts. What do we got here? Cheesy bacon ranch shredded chicken. That sounds hella good. Some of my favorite words together there. Cheesy, bacon, ranch, chicken. Like, that's a winning combination of noises if I've ever heard one. Still eagerly awaiting the arrival of the mail truck with my wheel. Go to factor.com and get yourself some factors. Meal prep made easy. Smells good. These things are tasty. If you've never tried Factor, again, this isn't some sort of YouTube ad or sponsored video or whatever, but my wife and I started getting Factor quite some time ago, several months, just to try it out. And I do find it to be tasty in a pinch. The portions are small. I'm a big fella. I'm 6'2", weigh about 250. Yes, too much of that is blubber. It's not like I'm a big muscular 250. But this has helped me quite a bit when it comes to eating more responsibly when I'm feeling disciplined. And it can retrain your body as far as portion expectations. So the American diet has such large portions, and these kind of force you to restrict your portion size if you don't eat 2 of them, right? But even then, I mean, this is going to be my lunch, 560 calories, solid. Ugh. Ferda. That was good. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't help it. Had to make jokes. Had to make my jokes. Ooh, hot. Ooh, hot. Ooh, hot. Sound like Busta Rhymes over here eating. Ooh, hot. Ooh, hot. I should have put some hot sauce on this. Tasty. Now let's log it. Where's my phone? There it is. Must log it. Trying to lose some weight. And I'm going to try the old calories in, calories out. Add food. Factor. Tex-Mex. Oops. Is that the beef bowl? Is that what that was? It said 560 calories, right? Yeah, here it is. That one. Lunch. And, oh, and I had a coffee earlier. Boink. So today, so far, I've consumed 612 calories and have expended none. I have sat in this chair all day. So I'm thinking about, sort of trying to bake, kind of like I mixed flight simming, NASCAR, sim racing, all that stuff together in this series. Thinking about doing something somewhat similar for exercise and iRacing, where I've got this desire to finally really buckle down and get good at racing, right? I'm about a 3,000 iRating road racer and about a 2,000 iRating oval racer. And the problem is that every time a team endurance event comes up, I'm the slow boy. I'm just not our best racer. I'm our worst racer. And I'm good. I'm reliable. I'm a good defender. And I'm like, I'll bring the car back nice and clean, but I'm just not fast. And so I've lately been wanting to rectify that problem. And I think the way that I want to do that is by incentivizing performance with exercise. And so I haven't figured out what the penalty is going to be, but I don't know if it's burpees or push-ups or something, but I feel like for every iRating point that I lose in a race, if I go out and race and I lose, then I've got to turn the camera and I've got to do X number of burpees, X number of push-ups or whatever exercise, jumping jacks, I don't care, lunges, something. I have to do it on camera to hold myself accountable for health, right? And so hopefully I am, gaining iRating and losing weight and all that, but I don't know, it might add a little fun element to the stream and make me actually exercise more than I am. It gives me just another trigger to exercise. In reality, though, what I've also thought about doing is saying, okay, Ben, every hour that you're simming, be it racing or flying, every hour that you're simming has to be matched by an hour on Zwift, right? And I don't know if that's sustainable for me. So maybe there's a percentage or something that I should do, because, I mean, this is a 5-hour stream, and a 5-hour Zwift session would be absolutely punishing. That's 100 miles. So I don't think I'll do that, but I definitely want to figure something like that out. And so if you have any ideas down there in the comments of how can I incentivize myself to stream by tying it to exercise, right? If you've ever read Atomic Habits, there's this idea of habit stacking, which is joining habits together to create long-term systematic change. And I'm wanting to try to figure something like that out, where I'm incentivizing the right behaviors, the right habit forming around health and fitness by tying it to my hobbies that I just do whenever I want to do it. And so, can't sim unless I've exercised, right? Broadly speaking, that's the rule that I want to try to institute. Showing an hour 10 remaining, man. Starting to see the end of the rainbow a little bit. See how far we've gone. Still got a good ways to go. Still got a ways to go. That put us probably landing around 1:30 Eastern. Roundabout. Roundabout. Yes, I'm stepping out to look out the front window just so I can see if the mail truck's outside. I want my wheel. So excited. It'll probably arrive while the stream's happening, and if so, I'll unbox it and we'll take a look at it together. I'm not going to be able to race it and stuff, but maybe I can program it while we're still in our stream. Pardon me. Is that Salt Flats? Is that Bonneville? I wonder if that's Bonneville. I don't know. It doesn't look unique. Looks like there's a bunch of them. It definitely looks like a salt flat, doesn't it? Where are you going, airplane? Why are you turning? I didn't turn you. Another little screenshot there. Let me unmute Ferda's stream, see if he's back. Yeah, here he is.
Good morning, United 583 short 5 at call.
And United 586 Denver Center, good morning. RNAV to Mugby, wind 21, correction, wind calm, runway 25, clear for takeoff.
Alright, RNAV Mugby 25, clear for takeoff. 583.
So, without approach or arrival plates, I'm going to need to plan and execute my own descent and arrival completely. Aren't I?
Julia Tango, like
I am.
3, runway 8, ready for traffic pattern.
And Juliet Tango Mike 63, Denver Center, good morning to you. Enter, actually just for right now, straight out departure. Runway 8, clear for takeoff, wind calm.
Straight out departure, runway 8. Thank you.
Well, let's think about it then. So 193 nautical miles there. I don't know what this distance is. I don't know what the distance is there. So I think after Mogi, well, you know what? Let's go look at my OFP. I can't pull it up in Sim because it'll crash. It'll crash stuff. So I think my OFP will give me information on this front. I'm coming up on which one? End. I'm coming up on Chucker. So it tells me at Chucker I should still be at 430, 430, 430. Mogi I should be at 13.3. So that's the big one, right? So it's I guess my top of descent will be called out. Let's move the range out here. There we go. So I want to. Okay, do I see a top of descent there? I'm going to leave that at 300 miles because I want to see if top of descent is actually called out. I think it will be. And I'll use that, but I'm going to go ahead and set my altitude expectation to 13.3, with that being my target altitude when I get to Mogi. Just trying to get ahead of the airplane here. Keep blowing by the number. There you go, 13.3. So that's going to be my target altitude when I get to top of descent for me to get down to. And then I guess it's just going to be all visual, baby. So let's go ahead and go into arrival here. And we decided we were going to come in on 19 right. No stars to use. Okay, I think we're in good shape. I think we're in good shape, baby. Yeah, look at that. I guess that's just old lake bed right there, right? It's a very straight line. That's got to be some sort of photogrammetry. You know, the map data, I think, is split there. That's way too straight a line to be natural, huh? Or maybe it's a dam. Could there be a huge ass dam there? I don't know. That looks like that used to be more lake. And it's basically lost water. Climate change is a son of a bitch. Ferda19's been following me. Stalker. You know what? I never told you guys could move around the cabin. Please feel free to get out of your chair, Brad. How's it going back there, Brad? It's all good! Okay, thanks, Brad. Still shows out for delivery. Ugh. The window is 12:15 to 2:15, and so I'm like, you know, dude, 12:15 was just a few minutes ago. Give me my things. Burped. Just a burp. No worries. No big deal. Deal with it. Watching for the mail truck. USPS. I was actually really impressed by SimMagic so far, in that I had questions about the compatibility of that wheel with my AccuForce base, and they, I sent in a support question, sales question, whatever, and they answered that website request like the next day, so that was cool. And then they they anyway, so they also advised me down, right? I was going to buy a different wheel that was like $700, and they were like, no, you need the $300 one with this little $20 adapter. And so I'm like, okay, thank you for not taking extra money. That's awesome. And recommending something that's actually going to work. So they gave me good technical advice. They saved me money. And I ended up buying the wheel. And then they had it shipped the next day. Like, I bought it on Wednesday, I think. And today's Saturday, and it's already going to be here. So I guess that's the benefit of buying American, right? Is that so much sim gear seems to be, European. And so you've got VAT, and you've got international shipping times or different distributors and all that crap, whereas this was just super easy, barely an inconvenience to get it on order. Oh, starting to feel the end of the rainbow. This has been a long one. How's fuel? 632 to the good, it looks like. I wish I could listen to my jams and also stream, but I can't. Got my record player right behind me, but because I've got headphones on, number one, can't use it, and I can't listen to the music I want to listen to while streaming because copyright death. .766, baby! How fast is Ferda going? Let's go look in his cockpit. Can I tell? What's your Mach indicator, Ferda?
Delta, turn left, heading 270. Left 270,
I feel like other than airports where I have actually lived in the city nearby, Denver is probably an airport I've been to by far the most.
Okay, this is a night.
Seems like these guys have trouble. Seems like 3/4 of the flights connect through Denver anywhere I fly to back in the States. Downtown. Centennial.
Pacific Tango Delta, proceed direct drop. You are cleared the practice. RNAV 12 left.
Got some F-16s there. They used to
Proceed
do
drop,
anyways.
drop,
If there is flying out of there is still operating out as a Space Force base. Okay, yeah, it's starting to transfer. That's what we like to see.
Juliet Tango Mike 63, which runway am I landing on?
Juliet Tango Mike 63, I can pretty much accommodate anything for you at this moment. I was going to get you on runway 8, the one you took off on, but it depends on where you want to park.
Should be Sea Springs down in here.
I'll just land there. What is that, 3-1? 3-4.
Must be Pikes Peak right there. Yeah, that's definitely Sea Springs. Got the Air Force Academy up here on the north side. Can we go into the foothills? Where's your Mach in the cockpit? It is very tiny.
Take a Mike 63, go
If you
over
look
to
on the
35
airspeed
left,
indicator,
good light, 35 left.
you
Cleared,
kind of see the
no land.
0.7 here, and then you got the 0.8 here, so I'm like right around 0.79 Mach right now. Another thing you can do, it's not your Mach, but it'll show you your ground speed in the little VOR EME panel up here. But you have to throw a VOR frequency in. So right now I have Falcon in 116.3. It's showing that we're 23 miles away and we're moving away at 405 knots ground speed. Yep. These old airspeed indicators are
Spearway
crazy.
956, Emerson. Good, 435. Radio check, you hear me?
In the C21 version of the
Good
Learjet,
435, yeah, I have 505.
it actually has,
Bearing 956, never.
we have a primary flight display that's a little bit more similar to what you have there in the Citation. With the digital airspeed tape and the altimeter.
Julie, take a Mike 639
And it's
from,
nice because it lets you be
right
more precise,
when able.
but at the same time,
And, we'll
it
choose
bounces around so much, and you're trying to fly in airspeed on final, and it's bouncing around, and your co-pilot's like, oh man, you're 1 knot slow, now you're 5 knots fast, and
United 142 established WLS 160.
it can be kind of annoying. It's like, hey, just
Got a 142.
let's watch the trends
call,
here.
running 16
Indeed.
left, Berlin.
Thanks, Ferda.
16 left, clear to land. Thank you, United 142.
Thanks, Ferda.
The 416 contact Minneapolis Center 160.4.
Yeah, if you're looking at Mach in a GA or DC3, you're probably gonna nosedive down to the ground. Forward slowly but surely.
Nearing the end of the rainbow. Gosh, I felt like I was, you know? It's easy to forget. I've still got, what's this distance here? I don't even know. I guess 60 nautical miles. So I've still got 250 there. 358. But you know what? That's 1,100 down, baby. So we're cruising. And I think I'm feeling okay about the fuel. 636 remaining at landing. And of course, I'll save a little bit in descent, right? Because we'll come off in the power a little bit. So might land with about an extra 800 or so. We'll see. But I don't think I'll run out. If I do, I'll cheat. What is my final runway heading for 19 right? 186. 30 feet, 186. It's gonna have to do it all manually. So I think maybe I'll plan this in real fast. I think I'm going to vector myself. I'm going to add some waypoints here to my legs. Grateful? Do I just want to go direct to Grateful? Is that the right thing to do? Drag. GRTFL. I think that gets me on a good path there. You know what? Instead of Grateful, let's do Deadhead. And let's clear Grateful. I think I like that more. So that's gonna have this effect, I believe. So Mogi, Drag, DCT, Dead HD. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Which then gives me this little jaunt down for the arrival. So I'll just fly toward the river there. Probably try to split these lakes and then turn on final a few miles out. That's what I'm going to do. Unless ATC comes online and I get any other instructions, I will do that. Mogi, Drag, Deadhead. And then we'll turn from Deadhead so what's that going to be? 927. Like a 250 or so bearing out of Deadhead. That's what we'll do. Again, unless ATC comes online and I get vectors down. Which would be preferable, of course. We'll see. Man, this United guy behind me, Airbus, is catching me up. He's probably on his way to SFO though, in an Airbus. Where's Ferda out on the map? A little off my line. Going 423, I'm going 413. He's catching me now. Got some speed. Found himself some speed. Flight level 430, baby. Way the hell up there. Super cool. Super duper duper cool. Smooth flight for me so far. Of course, I always say that and then I screw something up while landing. And today, without any kind of provided vectors, I've just, or even a freaking approach plate, right? I don't know what altitudes to be at, so it's going to be a completely visual approach, no automation whatsoever, you know, no VOR to tune to, nothing. So I'll just have to figure, oh, you know what? Let's look at the VFR map for this airport. I wonder. Yeah, still nothing. Okay. barometer set, 2988. Top of descent is indicated about 160 miles out. Good. We will use that to get down to 13.3 by Mogi. Turning. Well, having to do stuff by myself, it's like, I gotta, with no ATC and no even approach plates, it's gonna kind of test my ability to fly a plane like this visually, right? Normally I'm used to relying on a good deal of electronics and automation, and this is going to be looking out the windshield and making smart decisions, which is good. Whenever I did my Seneca flights around the Carolinas, I did them all completely VFR, no flight plans, no nothing, just looking out the windshield and programming VORs and flying reciprocals and radials and all that, and I did okay. I did good, but that's happening in a Seneca at way slower speeds and way lower altitudes than this guy presents. So I'll have to ensure that I'm making good decisions and just stay ahead of things. Check back in on Ferda.
American 16, radar contact 28 miles west of the Hayden VOR, level 3501.
Where's KSUU?
It's in American 16. We separated for about 10 minutes.
American 16, not a problem. Just let me know you're back.
16. Thank you very much.
American 2, correction, United 292. Unfortunately, Salt Lake is offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend. Good night.
It's Travis Air Force Base.
I think when I originally came up with this plan, I was
Delta 416,
planning
Denver,
on flying the 737, and I think is it Napa Valley that you're going to is a fairly short runway. Yeah, 5,900 foot runway, which is pretty small for a 737. And then I found Beanery for Travis. Travis Air Force Base. So figured I'd fly there. And then since military, I got the CAT card ready for when I land.
Got the card ready.
Yeah, 5,900 foot runway there at Napa. On overcast at 700 at Napa.
Pro like you can handle a short runway, Ferda.
And it looks like it's moving towards Travis.
Excuse me. Sorry. A little water there went down the wrong tuberuni.
Grand Junction, DOR is 112.
Yeah, no, I'm making all kinds of noises.
Yeah, it's 583. Salt Lake is offline. Radar service terminated. First exchange is approved. We'll see you over the dark side. Appreciate the service. Have a great rest of the weekend.
I can in the Learjet. 737, it might have been a little bit,
Delta
been
664, squawk
asking
7226.
a little bit too much out of the aircraft.
7226 for Delta 664.
We'll put ourselves at
arrival, Denver landing south. Altimeter is currently 3004. Alrighty, C3 and Denver landing south for receive 190 or 180.
I don't know what the yellow indicates. Ah, okay. I think that's my door.
Almost.
Let me go look.
Center,
Well, actually, let me just check
unfortunately,
notifications. Notifications. So
Still offline.
someone at the front door. I think. Oh,
We've
let's go
got
look.
this good chunk of Denver Center with ATC. First time I've had ATC on a flight in quite some time.
I'm gonna walk downstairs and look.
Sakes is just outside of Denver Center's airspace, so it looks like we got about 118 miles, 119 miles. Still,
That's a big negative.
we're back.
A big negative. No one there. I thought
Non-controlled ops.
my phone was telling me that someone was at the front door. I've got one of those cameras. Alrighty. What's up, Viper? Brett the Man Alt. What's going on with you, bro? Ready to do a completely manual descent and approach and arrival? Or other way around, arrival and approach. We are doing it all manually here. The airport we're going to has no ILS support whatsoever. So I'm going to step down from my current flight altitude of 43,000 to 13,000 to 7,000 to 2,000. And then we'll eyeball it in. 1672 or above.
6435, you can descend via the Ozzy 5 arrival into Spring.
That feels okay.
South, altimeter
Let's keep
3008.
Caribbean Ozzy 5, landing 7 class 300, EOB, altimeter 6435.
We are approaching top of descent. I mean, we've still got a while, but it's getting there. We will begin descending in between these two waypoints. So we're passing Inslow here in 2.3. Well, let's look at fuel real fast. 1.3. 66. Oh, right at 1.3. Blah, blah, blah. Looking at the OFP, I'm supposed to have at Inslow, supposed to have almost 1,700. This headwind the whole time has murdered my fuel economy. Murdered it. Murdered it. We be up there, baby. 43,000. Ain't no joke of an altitude. I want my doorbell to ring. It's probably going to happen just as I'm on approach and... Oh, that was Ferda.
Airport down there.
Hey, Brett, go check out Ferda Simulations as well, Ferda. He's doing a parallel thing. He's a couple hundred miles behind me in the sim, but he's been doing the same thing, running from NASCAR track to NASCAR track. If you like this content, you might like that content. He's a real-world pilot, though, so he's smarter than I am. I'm a real-world pretender of piloting. Is that the right way to say it? All right, altimeter set. Top of descent is 90 miles out. 17 minutes will be at Mogi. So I expect top of descent will be roughly half of that. Yeah. This leg. Yeah. Cool. Getting close. And he's a good guy too. He's been watching my stuff. I've been watching his stuff. We might do a collaboration at some point too. But yeah, if you like this, you like that. He does iRacing as well. Good guy. In fact, I'm going to put a link to Ferda's in my description. I'm going to put a link to his stuff. Edit. I just sent you a new subscriber and linked to your stream in my description. Cool. You missed it earlier, Brett. We had air traffic control there for a while going through the Denver area, and I told ATC to send up a military fighter to intercept this guy who's been following me. I'm pretty sure he's a stalker. This Ferda's been a couple hundred miles behind me on roughly the same route in a Learjet. Let's take a glance at SimAware here and see how things are looking. So here's been our route so far. Over Denver. All that stuff, I think that's Ferda. That's Ferda right there. He's been doing something similar, but he's going to Travis Air Force Base, which I guess put him on just a slightly different plan than me. There's that Airbus that's been catching me up. But starting to get close.
Good morning, Denver Center, American 300 on the ground in Colorado Springs, requesting ISR clearance to Galveston.
Don't do it, it's a trap. We are almost there. Long flight.
Sweet. Yeah, I was planning on throwing your stuff in my description as well. Definitely gonna put a chapter in this video of the interaction we had with the controller there. He called me a stalker and stuff.
Stalker.
American 300, Denver Center, good morning.
Funny
you
stuff.
are cleared to Galveston Airport, by the Spring 6 departure that is filed. Maintain 10 now. Expect flight level 350,
Funny stuff.
1 minutes after departure. Departure is with me, Fox 0661.
Alright, we're cleared to Galveston via the Spring 6 departure that is filed. Initial climb 10,000, expecting flight level 350 after 10 minutes. Pressure frequencies with you, 0661 for American 300.
American 300, reset is correct, altimeter 3008, expect 17 left for departure, advisory taxi.
Alright, well advised, and expect 17 left. Thank you, American 300.
That was pretty good.
Denver Center, American 200, ready to tax.
All visual, all manual.
American 200, running 17 left, taxi via Mike Hotel Echo. Mike Hotel Echo.
I guess this is the Sierras, right? Sierra Nevadas. I think we're past the Rockies at this point.
Denver Center, good morning. Autojet 928 Mike approaching the hold short runway 25 at Denver International. Information Tango ready to take off.
Dude, I just threw your info in my description.
Airfine to Lima Mike, Denver Center,
Hey,
good morning.
how's it going?
RNAV to Mugby, wind calm, runway 25, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Mugby 25, quick to take off. 528 Mike.
Alright, we pretty much cleared the Rockies for now, so go ahead and that seatbelt sign back off.
New steering wheel on the way. Hey, hey. Gonna have a new wheel for the sim rig. Blinky, blinky lights. Blinky, blinky lights. Blinky, blinky lights. Top of descent. 50 miles out. Time to start getting busy. This has kind of flown by. I'm actually really surprised. I thought this flight would feel like it would take forever, but it's not really been all that bad. So we're going to go on a 254 here, get to Deadhead, and then down on, what would that be?
Sweet, what did you do in the Air Force?
254. It'd be like a
5 more miles.
210,
ATC.
something like that. I'm going to go ahead and set my heading bug to 210. I think that's going to be pretty close to what I end up doing.
Thank him for his service.
Denver Center, 189 Heavy. Just for our planning purposes, can we expect 16 right or left? Grizzly, 189. What do you want? We can take either one. We got the left in there right now.
Stuff, so
Grizzly 189.
definitely a smarter guy than me.
You're the only guy landing. So, yeah, you can expect a 16 left. You good for the visual? Yeah, we're all set for the visual. 189, roger. And again, that altimeter for you, 3004 information Foxtrot. Yep, we got Foxtrot.
Sierra Nevadas.
Close stop descent. 528 Mike, South Denver International, climbing through 7,400 on the dark one.
You know, I'm looking out the window for this big TOD that's supposed to be flying out. I don't see any big letters in the sky. Where's my TOD letters? I want to see TOD written out there.
Yeah, Ben's Air Force as well. I don't know if my brother's still in here, but he's also in the Air Force. Both my parents were Air Force.
Delta 664, unfortunately, LA is offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change is through.
Airport in the middle of nowhere here.
Okay, take your time. Delta 664, connect.
And Ferta 19, thanks for having a good time with us this morning. Unfortunately, Salt Lake is offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see you.
Ferta 19, switch and have a good one. Thanks for the ACC. Jumbled up my words there. Alright. No longer controlled. Nice. a lot of Air Force history going on right now. See a crew chief as well.
All right, top of descent's coming up. Now, I already have this programmed in. I'm curious to see if the VNAV
Gotcha.
will do this automatically. So turning VNAV on. Yeah, it looks like the bug is already dropped down.
Nice. A-10's such a cool plane. Alright, 150 out from the MILF VOR. MILF VOR, let's see, what we got? 112.1.
It's got that brrr. I think the plane will start descending itself very soon here. This doesn't work sometimes and it does work sometimes. The range. I'd really like to get it closer now, please.
Guessing you're getting pretty close to top of descent.
What the hell? Why can't I get this to... There it goes. All right, I should probably announce that. What area am I in here?
Alright, I'm gonna go step away for a minute now that we're in control.
Hot Springs traffic. This is RFK 619 approaching top of descent at flight level 430-4130. Starting descent now on our way into Napa area. All right, let's see what happens. It should begin to descend itself if I have it set correctly. It's going to watch the tape, see what happens, be ready with the speed brake if I need it. Long flight. But it flew by. Forgive the pun. It flew by. Pretty quick. My wheel is still out for delivery. Yeah, it's descending. Cool. We'll deploy a little speed brake here. Just to control that. Come on, baby. I'll tell you, let's come off the throttle. Retract the speed brake, come off the throttle. Gonna save us some gas anyway. Look, yeah, we're up to 840 pounds remaining when we get there. Look at that, top of descent, it worked. Nice. Dude, the Mustang, Brett, I'm telling you what, I love it. I posted a race the other day because it's week 13 right now, so it's all, you know, unranked, non-official racing, so they're typically really messy. So I don't stream them and stuff, right? But I did a race at Oschersleben, I think is the name of the track, if I'm saying that right, in the GT3, in the new Mustang GT3, and bro, it sounds amazing. It looks fantastic. I did a pretty dope paint for it. And anyway, so I had a great race. I finished third in a really good 15-minute race, and decided to do a mild edit of it because I saved the replay file. Do a mild edit of it. So it's not a live stream like you typically see me do, but it's an entertaining race. You ought to go check it out. That's a fun car, awesome car. I think I'm going to be doing some more GT3 stuff this coming season. I really want to challenge myself to get up to 4,000 iRating, and so I'm thinking about trying to do most of it in that car, and just get really good at one car. You know, really good at one car if I can. So anyway, love it. Thanks for asking. Oh, you saw the video. Cool. I love the car, man. It's great. It's great. I think it's my favorite car in iRacing since the Audi GTO, maybe? I don't know. The Dallara P217 is pretty special. And of course the old C6R, the Corvette GT1, that's really special. But no, it's awesome. It's awesome. I love it. What was that notification? Ooh, I think my wheel just got here. So while that's descending, I'm gonna walk out and get it. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woohoo! Wheels here, wheels here. Crap, I don't have a knife up here. Get some skrizzers from the warehouse room. Scissors. Ah, these scissors are very broken. Clearly. Ha 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 ha! Yes, sir! Let's open this bad boy up and take a look at it while we're descending. Just want to see what it feels like. Ooh, very nicely packaged. Very nicely packaged. Nice and beefy. It's got some good weight to it. Oh, yes. Oh, man, yeah. Oh, this is going to be great. Passing 300. There she is. Look at that. Oh, that's going to be great. Stoked. What a great feeling wheel. For less than 300 bucks, this thing is amazing. Wow. Wow. Just gonna mount it to my wheelbase and sit down and feel it real fast. Not gonna do any of the setup right now. Obviously, I'm flying an airplane. Oh. So. There we go. Indexed. Feels small compared to my other wheel. What's the diameter difference here? Oh yeah, my other wheel's way bigger than this. My AccuForce wheel. Okay. How you doing, airplane? I've got to take it off, of course, and install this Magic Link thing. I might not be able to do this until later today. Got a thing to help my wife at 3. But let's get this thing on the ground and then we'll mess with that. But yeah, it looks great on the rig. I don't think I can. Let's take a look here. Oh yeah, there it is. Looks cool. So from there, it's just going to be a matter of getting it all programmed and set up, because there's all kinds of flexibility in how you can do the. Get that centered again. There you go. That's close enough. There's all kinds of stuff you can do as far as setting up. That's what she said. What was I saying? I can't remember. I'm excited now. I'm excited. I'm like JoJo the circus boy over here. All right, passing 2, 4, 6. On our way down to the big ground. You know what the secret to flight is, Brett? The trick, as it were. It's aiming at the ground and missing. That is from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If you've never read it, it is a timeless classic that everyone should read multiple times. All right, range, boink. Keep it at 50 for the moment. Need to remember at 18,000 to change our barometer back over, and at 10,000 to turn on our landing lights. This is going swimmingly so far. Let's unmute Ferda. That's what she said. Nya, 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 nya. I'm going to put a little bit of gas back in it here. Pick up some speed. Bled quite a bit off. Only 68 nautical miles to go, though. 12 minutes or so. Bum. 220 at 10 knots. So I'll have a very slight crosswind, but not real noticeable even, probably. All right, coming up on 19,000. Yeah, Camel, I mean, outside of its 1 or 2 sessions a week, it's still just never going to be popular enough. The cars are too hard to drive, and people like easy stuff. And so I'd love to see the old Corolla, the old Corvette, the old RX-7, Mazda 626. 626, is that right? That's not right. That feels wrong. What was that Mazda prototype? I saw it in person recently at Road Atlanta. Oh, what a noise. All right, passing 18,000. Let's change our barometer over to 2988. In fact, let's double check that that is still the correct barometer reading. 2988 is still correct. So, on our way down, baby, on our way down. We're nearly there. Passing 17, 17,000. Let's push our range in a little bit. Speed, okay, let's come back on the throttles a little bit again. I'm going to keep it right at 300 here if we can. Don't want to go much over it. California. Northern California. I haven't really done much flying over here in the California area, San Francisco especially. Done a little bit in Southern California, but not much around here. Yeah, the 787. That's right. That's right. I saw one recently, Brett. There's this thing called, I don't know if you've heard of the Walter Mitty historic race cars thing. I'll see if I can pull this up, but also fly a plane at the same time. But basically, it's a thing that happens every year at Road Atlanta, and I think they go lots of places. But every year at Road Atlanta, they have classic sports cars, race cars, everything from NASCAR stock cars to Mazda Miatas to old Porsches, just everything you can freaking imagine.
Completed 6 laps. Here's Marshall, the leader.
Okay, here we go. This is the clip. Hope you'll be able to hear this okay. You'll know when the Mazda goes by.
How about the sound of that rotary Mazda?
Alright, I think here it comes.
Marino, apology, the 69
Not yet. That's a Cadillac GTP. There it is. Oh, so dirty. So dirty. Like when that thing went by, you knew it was that thing. Great, great sound. All right, let's focus on this descent. We're at 13.3. We now need to get down to 7,000. We need to focus on this and stop thinking about cars. Great event though. Historic racing is so cool. All right, you gonna do it? You gonna do it? Okay, let's do level change. Let's come back in on our range one more click. Ooh, got some weather happening. Am I going to be landing in some clouds? Might have to do a visual approach in hardcore clouds? Oh, I hope not. I don't mind if it's IFR. You know, if I could use an ILS. If I could use ILS technology, I'd be more than happy. Man, is that the airport? No, that's not the airport. No way. That might be Travis. Yeah, that's Travis. That's where Ferda's going. I'm going to go right past that.
In the approach phase.
It's an amazing car,
Give
Brett.
it a bit of time. Nice. Awesome. I just got done playing soccer with the kids. I'm a little short on breath, but
All right, so
you're getting close.
I want to be at 3,000 at Deadhead, right? So let's go ahead and change altitude. Flight level change, please, from 3,000. Doing the thing that I'm asking you to do.
From the Milk VOR
Unable next
to
altitude. Interesting.
Wilson Creek, 116, Wilson Creek.
This cloud cover makes me nervous.
Pretty close to each other.
I'm going to turn my landing lights on now so I'm not having to think about it in a minute.
Oh, I wonder if we're done pushing the fuel forward. Almost. 50 pounds. We should get that empty light.
Okay, I'm going to start doing vertical speed, force this thing down. Look real quickly at the VFR map and look at what these peaks are at. Why isn't it pulling up the sectionals? Oh, there it goes. 22.5, 16.9. I'm getting nervous for this landing. Long flight, only to have all this cloud cover right where I'm going to be.
Just going through my just looking at different systems and stuff, and it's noticed a error that I mentioned earlier. I said 725 in the tip tanks is when we can push fuel forward. It's 760. For some reason I was getting that confused. 925 pounds is the maximum tip tank fuel for landing. Got the
Okay.
60 and the
Slow this
25
bad boy down
mixed up for some reason.
quite a bit. And we're at 9,000 now. can't see the runway. I want to be able to see the runway. Ugh, clouds. Should I go to clear skies to make this happen? Better. I don't know. It looks like a pretty thin layer. Maybe I can break through it real fast. Just worried because there's mountains around here, you know? Little speed brake, please. Come off on the throttle some more. Down to 50% throttle. The mute FERTA. I can hear my own airplane. Better. Napa traffic, RFK 617 on base, turning runway 19 right for final approach. Napa traffic. Man, I'm still way too high, I think. Okay. Autopilot disengaged. Dive, dive, dive. Basically zeroed out the throttle. I'm going to dive under these clouds so I can see what's happening. Ah, I think I see a runway. Alright, flaps. Speed brake, speed brake, speed brake. Gear. Ah, we're doing it! I'm going to get fired by Brad Kozlowski. More flaps. We're doing it! Oh yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Pay me all the money. Pay me all the money. Oh yeah, so good. Nailed it. FERTA, you're proud of me now. I know you're proud of me, like a proud papa. Look at this. Oh, it's grease, grease. Oh, yes. Speed brake fully deployed. There are no reverses on this airplane. Give a little tap, tap, taparoo of the brakes. Just, are we going to miss this? No, man. Just freaking dive. Woo! Oh man, got it. I was worried about that one. Oh crap, I had the wrong thingamabob on, so I don't even know what my landing rate was. But hey man, we landed and stuff. We failed to crash. Napa traffic, RFK 617 clear of 19 right, crossing runway 19 left for the ramp. Napa traffic. Woo! I survived. Good and smooth. The landing wasn't bad, Brett. I'm with you there. The landing itself was not bad. The approach, however, would have gotten my pilot's license revoked. Oh man, that was hairy.
Here's my justification.
Freaking dive, dive, dive. Where do I want to park? Let's see here. That was funny. I tried to plan it out well ahead, and I thought I did a good job of that, but I mean, with no plates to follow and stuff, I just had to make it up as I went, and just underestimated the altitudes that I needed to be at. Get that bus out of here, son.
It's still over Utah. Where are we at? We're 4 miles to ILC.
We'll park between this king here and whatever that is. I don't know what that's called. My clipping wings here. Nah, acres of room, as
Just north of the middle.
Tech Sergeant Larry Bosford would always say. Acres of room. Whew. All right, buddy. Gonna marshal me in?
Nevada Test and Training Range. Area 51, somewhere out here.
That's all right. So our parking brake on. Shutdown number 1. And anyone you walk away from us is how that went. Wow, that was nuts. That was nuts. Let's go ahead and shut down all of our lights.
Ah, he is on the ground. He made it. Sounds like it was a good, smooth landing, according to the comments. A little steep, a little steep.
A little steep. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out on my
Not bad.
stream, you guys.
My approach landing can be classified as anyone you walk away from is a good one. That's what they say. That's what they say.
Thanks for hanging out.
Not looking good.
Ferda, Brett, anybody else who dropped in. I appreciate you guys hanging out. That was fun. 5 hours flew right by. So take it
I
easy.
mean, there were some trees at the end
Love
of
you,
the runway,
smooches.
so kind of needed to come in a little steep.